And here we go. Coming back, more of the Minecraft 1.12.2 featuring Mind Fantasy Reforged, Astral Sorcery, Arcane Archives, and a bunch of others. Now, pursuant to our statement of intent here, I've got some things to craft. And good, it's actually night. Hopefully it stays night long enough for this to be pulled off. I do need a faster way to get up here. Alright, first thing. The linking tool. And this is crafted, as with everything in Astral Sorcery, by hitting it with the wand. Now, as we progress further in Astral Sorcery, and this altar gets larger and more fantastic, that particle show is also going to get more detailed. Here we go with the grindstone. I'll need that too. These sparks also sometimes randomly appear when you're doing Astral Sorcery things, whether it's crafts or just feeding the light wells down there. The sparks don't actually do anything. They're just kind of there. Okay. Next step. I've got to go up north to this place and start transmuting some Starmetal. I really got to pull back really hard to make this dive. It would be easier if I did it from farther over, but it's because I keep dropping from that corner that it's so hard. Now I'm a little bit hampered by the fact that the sun is coming. My AS grindstone has to be left somewhere in here. I just need an Astral Sorcery area. Oh, that's kind of huge and hideous. Can I put that somewhere that doesn't look like it's intersecting with my cabinets? Can I have that point the other way? No, apparently its rotation is fixed. Alright then. Happy daybreak. North we go. This funky little cell here I can probably tear down at some point. It is no longer of any value. While we're moving, I have 2 unidentified spells in my wand that I really need to do something about. Well, that just gave me nausea. Failed spell identification. Ugh, that's some severe nausea. Try again. Okay. Have fun with the sun there, buddy. So we can summon a zombie ally. Not exactly high up on my spell list wish list. As for this other one, Dart. I think Earth Dart might inflict poison? We'll have to try it on the test dummy back home. Maybe it does more damage than Magic Missile. Not really sure. Also worth pointing out that I still don't have a single fire spell for my Fire Wand. And while I'm pointing things out, actually, cow. Does this poison? Nope. He's definitely not taking poison damage. Thank you for being a test subject. So now I have to, I guess, look at the books, or hit the test dummy, and see which of those spells is a better use of mana. But that is a later concern. Do I have shears on me? Yes. I would love grabbing some free wool while I'm in the area. Alright then. Iron. Now the way to do this is just to take the linking tool, select the crystal, and then the ore block. That sets up a nice happy beam, and that will turn into Starmetal. It would be faster if it was night, and it's also I can also connect more than one ore block at a time, but that slows down the process multiplicatively. I can't really decide if I should be chopping some... Oh, our first one is done. Now the beam persists, so I can just put another ore block there, and it will transmute. In the meantime, I would not mind stealing all of this marble stuff. That will give me something useful to do while we just wait for the ore to process. There's another one. It's not nearly as slow as I expected. Maybe I could link another block or two, just to give me more time to harvest between ores. Also, here's a very stupid question. Why am I collecting an entire stack of the stuff? What's it good for? Apparently I can make it into bars. I doubt that's a good idea. It's used to make the irradiant star. I mean, iridescent altar is far and above what I have access to. Celestial, stellar refraction table, augmented sextant. Okay, don't know what that's about. Starlight infuser. We currently have access to Starlight crafting altar, which, okay, 2-star metal at least for the attunement altar, and the celestial altar upgrade, and celestial gateways. So, okay, if star metal goes into gateways, and of course also the altar upgrade, then we are going to need a decent amount of it. Let me also prepare to be here for a while. Oop, I should not have placed that one. I'm just going to place those pillars, because I don't want mobs walking down that hole. Having a creeper just kind of show up while I'm busy here not be good. The lighting situation in here is also not exactly the best. So yeah, 1-star metal at a time, while I also slowly tear this place apart. Astral sorcery, everybody. It's got good power down the line, but to get there, there's a lot of waiting involved. And we haven't even gotten to waiting on specific constellations. Don't get me wrong, it's a cool mod, which is why it's in this pack as a part of the showcase. But it does have its pain points. Oh yeah, my stamina does not like, completely ripping this place down. Especially medium armor. So we can slow things down. I've only done 9 so far. Come on. Way to make me look at the number and have this feel even slower. That one was faster. Oh yeah, because it's nighttime now, that's why. In the dark of the night, with the full power of the moon and the stars, this is now a bit faster. Significantly faster, actually. It's happening in like 1/3 the time. Or less, as the moon approaches its zenith. I do still have to get some torches in here, because I'm not entirely convinced we're done with this space. It's possible to make one of these crystals, oh, a little later in the mod. And they do all kinds of stuff once you get there. Astral sorcery eventually becomes a case study in, yeah, you suffered long and hard to get here. Now let's let you see what the real power you've unlocked is. Overpower balanced behind tedium. There, now it's well lit. And I think I'm done ripping it down. Plenty of marble and marble adjacent blocks in the process. Maybe it's fast enough that I could do more at a time. Let's also link you to these other two. And the linking wand is a little annoying to use if you don't understand how it works. The first block you right-click with the linking wand is what you're linking from. And once you have a block set as your from link, you're stuck with it until you deselect the linking wand. So, link the wand to the collector crystal, and now there's nothing I can do. Not shift click, not click on the ground, not left click anywhere, to deselect the collector crystal without moving my selection. So I just swap off of the wand, and that clears it. That's the only way to clear it. Which works. It's just not exactly intuitive. Oh, I know what that footstep means. I was about to step on outside and look at where the moon was. No, I will happily check my clock instead. It's not like an Ember's Golem is a particular threat to me, but I don't want it distracting from my time management here. Hopefully I can get these done before sunrise. If not, I'm leaving at sunrise when the process slows down. Staying here for a full night is one thing. Continuing to stay here during the day for the last stubborn iron blocks, that's a little ridiculous. Besides, 3 at a time is pretty good economy. I should make it. Even though we are dangerously close to dawn. I'm probably overdoing it on Starmetal, but remember, only 2 quantities count. Not enough, and I'll never have to do this again. Any amount of anything between those 2 values isn't real. I can see the pink of the sunrise. Now, there are other starlight transmutations, but I don't know if they work. I mean, that's iron. It's not gonna tell me. Yeah, I think only iron can be transmuted with these collector crystals. I think you have to make your own crystal to perform other transmutations in the mod. But there we go. We have another astral tool. We have a ton of marble. I have a bunch of star metal. Which, ow, thou art rude. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about the poison. And now I'm in a low health state, which Mind Fantasy gives you nausea occasionally when you're down to very low health. Not to mention the bleeding particles that are almost constantly around me now. We can have a sandwich and pull ourselves out of low health. Now I want to visit our wizard over here. Say hello to closest wizard friend. And also collect some spruce for later nefarious purposes. Which is less about the spruce and more about the spruce saplings. Remember, spruce is one of the types of saplings that can be planted in a 2x2. And that gives you some really big trees. Hi. Okay. Buy spellbook for 5. Sells Wand of Embers. Where we got our wand? Thunderbolt. Divination. I don't know what that does. Snowball we found. Alright. We're gonna have to do some commerce with this guy. That is now on the to-do list. Right this very minute, though, we're taking our Starmetal back home. And of course, optimistically mining any ores on the way that dare show themselves. Though maybe not coal. Coal is a lower priority. Coal is abundant and everywhere, and I repeat myself. And it's just not worth smacking every coal ore block that comes along. I have over 4 stacks of it, and should probably start turning it into blocks for storage. Or maybe we could place a trove. Just barrel the coal. Especially with Fortune coming out now. Speaking of which, I've got XP now. Ow. I could put some unbreaking on this pick and make it last longer. Maybe get some looting on my war axe for taking into the nether. Ooh, that's iron. Ow. Just diving into holes, collecting iron. Am I taking fall damage because a fall of that distance should be dealing fall damage? Or am I taking fall damage because I'm wearing heavy armor, and that shouldn't have dealt damage? An interesting question. I don't think I'm going to... Well, I could test it. And it'll be very quick to test. I just have to get out of this hole. So I drop down here for the iron. If I take off the scale mail... No, that still hurts. So my safe fall distance did not decrease due to armor weight. It's just one of those things you have to check sometimes. I think that's enough steel lumberexing. Huh. Why do I have torches in this direction, but not in this direction? Where even is this? Well, it's got more limestone. Limestone flux for smithing is always nice to identify. I really shouldn't be poking around down here, though. I don't have the inventory space. We need to get back. As I continue to poke around here anyway. There we go. Homeward bound. That Astral Sorcery Shrine is always slightly farther away than I give it credit for. Pardon me, chicken, you get to live today. What else would be a good find? Shears. Oh, hold on. Oh, never mind. This is the one where I died like 3 times killing these wizards. We're pretty close to home then. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just grab some berry bushes. Berry bushes can only be collected with shears. It does tell you that in the book. Do I want rose bushes? A day may come where I want red dye for something. And there is no better source. Also, every time I see rose bushes, it makes me think of Thaumcraft. Because Thaumcraft, and not even base Thaumcraft, one of the Thaumcraft add-ons allowed you to create a mutant rosebush that produced black ink. The Thaumonomicon entry for it was hilarious too. It talked about how undignified it was for a wizard to be seen diving in water constantly for writing materials. And it is, unless you get yourself as some kind of squid ink farm. It's just demeaning to have to go diving for squid constantly to keep your research tools fed. Okay. A little confused about the lay of the land, but it's fine now. You there. Dart. Dart does 2 damage. Magic Missile does 1.5. Alright, that kind of establishes which of them is better. Do I have somewhere that I'm putting, like, flowers and things? I guess here, in the overflow. This is not technically an overflow. It should go in here with the rest of my Mind Fantasy resources. The berry bushes will have to plant. I've been putting saplings over here. Oh, I have plenty of spruce saplings that I completely forgot about. Dirt, wood. All my marble is up here. Well, not all of it. Regular marble is in here. Fancy marble is all up here. And that's not even marble. Cobble doesn't go there. Cobble goes in its trove. Gonna add these berry bushes to my farm. Somehow, somewhere. Hello, Mr. Enderman. Are you enjoying the umbrella that my altar up there produces? He won't be back. Endermen immediately lose aggro if they take water damage. So he has already forgotten that I exist. How am I down to 2 sheep again? Where does the third sheep keep going? Uh-oh. Okay, seeds to charm the chicken back, wheat to breed the sheep again. Chicken, get back here. Everybody back inside. Sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, make me 3 sheep. Cows. 4 cows might be too many cows. Although unrelated to that, this crafting table should be in here. There goes the chicken again. Crafting table in here. Chicken, get back in here. Stop escaping. Alright, now that I'm home safe, we'll open up our sandwich box. Work on getting our health back up the rest of the way. And we've got Starmetal. Starmetal gives us options. Also, I can make a telescope. It won't do me any good right now because it's raining. But the telescope solves a problem. The looking glass, the little spyglass that I have, is inefficient. You can only see only 1 constellation at a time. Only the 5 major constellations are visible at all. And you have to scan the sky manually to find the constellations in the first place. Upgraded to the telescope is able to lock on to specific sections of sky and just immediately identify where everything should be. So let me get a couple gold and a plank, and of course sticks. So it's a very cheap upgrade. There's no reason not to do it. Here's the lenses, which the fact that lenses lead to iron transmutation makes you believe you need a lens to perform transmutation, but you don't. And I keep forgetting that. have a domic resonator, an upgrade to the Fossic, and this gives you the ability to change modes and look at ritual range. Well, we don't have any rituals right now, so that's not an issue. They could be a thing, though. What we need now is to make the attunement altar. Our limiting factor here is not the Starmetal so much, it's aquamarine. Because in order for the attunement altar to function, this giant black field has to be studded with... I need to go back a section to find them. It has to be studded with spectral relays. And I'm going to need a bunch of these, like 20 in all, just to have a supply that never runs out. And the trouble with spectral relays is that they're made from glass lenses, which are made from aquamarine. And I've made a mistake, and this is going to be easier than I thought, because I remember glass lenses costing a glass pane in the center, surrounded by 4 aquamarine. The fact this is reversed is going to make this much easier. Because while I don't have a massive stock of aquamarines, I do have infinite sand, and therefore infinite glass. It's just a matter of cooking the glass. Also, we can apparently use the beam of starlight that I used to make all that iron into Starmetal. Apparently it turns sand into clay. And there's a more efficient way to do that, but this comes later on down the line with a bigger crafting altar that we don't have access to yet. But I am getting distracted. I need glass. I need more sand and aquamarine. So we come over here to the Infinite Sand Factory. And just hope we collect more than gets burned in the lava. Wait a second. There is a way to do this better. I think. What if I moved the 2 liquids up so they combined higher up, and then the resultant sand fell down? Would that risk the liquids flooding into this room? I mean, probably. I can kind of test the idea just by doing this. Yeah, the lava is definitely trying to come out. What if I went even lower? We are getting very ominous flashes of light as the lava becomes briefly visible, but I think this is working. Also, so much for that 2% chance of making aquamarine shale. I like this, though. It's a little janky, but at least I collect all of the sand, and none of it is going back into the lava. And, you know, infinite sand. What's not to love about infinite sand without going to a desert? What else can we do here? Ah, yes. We already got Unbreaking 1, which is nice. We can go up to 2. That'll have to do for now. And I hear a golem outside. Oh yeah, he's just hanging out, staring at the starlight collectors. Yeah, aquamarines only come from aquamarine shale. If I could silk touch it, I could get a guaranteed 3. Or we could get a fortune shovel. That's a thought too. Another thing we can work on while things are kind of happening. Still need the glass lenses to make the spectral relays, to make this, to make that, to make the other thing. But another big limiter here is that the attunement structure, I mean, it's big. We're looking at a 19 by 19 with some pillars, and that is a huge plate of sooty marble. One thing that astral sorcery does that I really appreciate is that it gives you the manifest of everything you need. And that is 225 sooty marble. Let me just have a quick word with my calculator. How many stacks is that? That is more than 3.5 stacks of sooty marble. Good thing I've been collecting all this marble. And to a lesser extent, all this coal. Three stacks, and more than a half stack. Ooh. Let me just put that in my back pocket. What else is necessary? 4 runed, 80 arch. I mean, the 4 runed was easy. I took more than that. 80 arch is a bit of a push. put the ruined up. We have 30 arch. To get to 80, we just put regular marble in a line of 3 like we're making slabs. We get to 63. And then I need another 17. 17. We got 18. One left over. So that's our 80 arch. Okay, ruined, marble arch, sooty marble, 12 pillars and 4 chiseled. Four chiseled, we have way too many pillars. And apart from the altar itself, that is our ingredient list. Oh. I also don't know why I'm running around with this stack of Starmetal. I can grindstone it directly into Stardust. Or we can smelt it, and then grindstone it into Stardust without the chance for doubling. Interesting. There's a chance to double output from the ore, but not with the bar. I see. Let's just take 16 and grind them down. Which appears to take a little time. Or maybe it's random chance based. It's also a little immersion breaking that our grinding wheel here is a giant square. What the? Something's not right there. I just shift right clicked a block onto the top of it and I don't know where that block went. I don't think we were ever meant to do that. So besides grinding Starmetal into Stardust, the grindstone has one other function, and that is to take rock crystals, reduce their size, and increase their cutting value. Cutting is a value that applies to, only some things care about the stats on a rock crystal. Lenses, for example, you get more lenses based on size, and the lenses are better based on cutting and a couple other values. Ritual crystals are really, really interested in their stats. But something like a block doesn't inherit the stats. I need a spectral relay to even make the attunement altar. So it's 4 more ruined, a rock crystal, 2 I need to smelt the Starmetal. I need some aquamarines, a bunch of glass. Four of these is 16. Then if I divide by 4, that'll get me, I guess, 4 more for a total of 20. Alright, Golem. Where are you? I'm just... Ah! Had to drop right on my freaking head. Yep, that one got me. I was really startled by suddenly Golem in my face out of nowhere. I gotta do something about that. Those two 7s there, that little dark area. Things can spawn directly over my doorway. And it's not good. Alright, lenses. There's all 20. The improved telescope. See, here's a constellation that we haven't unlocked yet. It looks like... I guess it looks kind of like Evorsio, maybe? Evorsio just basically looks like an explosion heading in 2 directions. There it is. Anything else in the sky? Dissidia, I think that is. We've already discovered that one. Oh, another new one. This one, we have kind of 3 in an arc, and then 4 in a squiggle. What are you? That's going to be Avitas. So we connect these 3, get a line over here. Or was it here? I think it was here. We have a big squiggle to connect. And it forks at the end here. That's Avitas. And we now have discovered all 5 of these constellations. Armara is the constellation of defense. And if we put it in a ritual, it creates a force field, pushing mobs out of its range. Evorsio is the constellation of destruction. A ritual disintegrates any solid blocks nearby. I don't know what disintegrates means, but it doesn't sound like the block is broken and can be picked up. It sounds like the block is simply obliterated. Dissidia is offense. It deals damage to anything nearby. Visio is motion. Its ritual improves mobility. Not only possible. It allows flight in its area? I don't remember that being the Vicio effect. And then Avitas is creation. Living entities regenerate, nearby crops grow faster. I think I'll just leave that there. That's a good place for the telescope. Oh, wrong section. Next, I need to create a bunch of spectral relays with these lenses we've made, which is marble, planks, and nuggets. Let's dive off the deeper part for an easier splashdown. And we are running out of night. I also want to get the torch over there. What do you think you're doing, buddy? Get smashed. Oh. Oh. Well, some guys have fallen off the cliff here and trampled my crops. That's irritating. Maybe I could just take some of this glass. The hell was that noise? Something behind me just gave a random clunk. That was pretty loud, honestly. Also, I'm not sure if I'm online again. The Twitch diagnostics. The thing I've got, my watching my own stream so I can keep up with chat, is telling me I'm unstable again. I hate that. So I need, 29 is a start. We need to push that to 4. That was easy. Put those back. There it is again. That is very loud. Sounds like plastic flexing in response to temperature change. Planks, 20 marble. I think that's it, really. Yeah, because this gets split over, right? I have that right? Or do I have the wood and the marble reversed? No, it's 1 lens per, 1 marble per, 2 planks per, 2 nuggets per. And these relays can also be used to feed extra light to a, to the star altar, which I might need at some point. because my star crafting altars up here are getting big. And despite being placed in an advantageous area, that's not going to keep the reservoirs full forever. Now the question is that enough starlight to make the lenses we want? It is. We can get at least a couple of them per batch. Now the way this works is actually really cool. As you saw when I made the lenses in the first place, if I hit it once with the wand, it will craft as many of these as are valid with not only the ingredients, but also the level of starlight. So if I hit this right now, it will burn as many of these ingredients as it can with the starlight available, which was apparently 2. That's okay. That just means we can craft 2 at a time. And they come out pretty fast. So I'm not above waiting for this. We would definitely get more of these at a time if it was night. But it can't be night forever. And aren't we glad it can't be? Now I have these relays. I need one of those relays held. Because that relay is a necessary ingredient in the attunement thing itself. There's the relay, 4 runed, 2 Starmetal, another rock crystal, and 2 aquamarine. So let's assemble our next ingredient and prepare, our next set of ingredients and prepare for nightfall. That was 2 Starmetal. We don't need the rest of the Starmetal or the dust. A bad rock crystal. I think this one's got the worst stats of the bunch. 4 runed, don't have it. Runed is made from chiseled. Chiseled is made with 4. Chiseled into a bunch of runed. I only need 4 right now, but I will need more. I will need more runed later. Mark me. And then there was 2 aquamarines in there, right? Yeah. That looked like the full ingredient list. We can also, well, no. I'm not going to worry about upgrading the altar. I already have 1 mega structure that I'm planning on building. And I want to slap a glass ceiling over my crops, so things stop coming down off the hillside and stomping on my wheat. It's very annoying. Behold the power of infinite glass. There. Now they can come and drop on my head, but they can't step on my wheat anymore. Even though it's daytime, I'm gonna go up here and arrange the ingredients for that attunement, whatever you want to call it. So it's ready to go at nightfall. And the reason I'm doing it this way is so I can use my vantage point up here to look for where to put the attunement megastructure. So let me just, there was rock crystal, the Starmetal, the relay, 4 ruined, and then these aquamarines went up here or down here. I don't remember. Up in the corners. Was that everything? Yeah, that looks like everything. And now I need a giant 19 by 19 space. Where to put that? I could do it over the water? That'd be kind of janky though. We've got up on this hill area over here. That would work. Because the two major issues for this thing are, one, the fact that it's huge, and two, the fact that it needs to be somewhere relatively safe, because it needs to be used at night. And if mobs decide that they don't like you in the middle of the night while you're trying to do this thing, then you could get eaten up while you are essentially paralyzed. With all that in mind, I think I'm going to build it over the water. Definitely not ideal. I would certainly prefer to have it somewhere on the land, but there's no flat land here. I don't want to spend all that time landscaping. So let me get some of these marble stairs. And maybe make some spare marble bricks, just for infrastructure. I might need more stairs than this. Is there a marble brick stair? No. They just kind of pick up that brick-like seam in the middle when they become stairs. Weird. Oh, breaking you now. I don't need to be carrying all this glass. Oh, and it's night. Which both does and doesn't work to my advantage. The good news about it being suddenly night is that I can come up here and make the attunement fixture. The bad news is that building the attunement megastructure is going to be harder now. You know what, though? We haven't had a dragon drop on us in a while. See, I told you. This is now a higher level craft, so we have much more advanced particles going on. Shafts of light everywhere and twinkly blue nonsense. The particle show just gets more and more over the top as the level of craft increases. Crush. Just give him the big diving power attack. That's enough to knock out a zombie in one shot. Okay. How about right here? Just going to do a little elevation. So this is the only way to actually access the darn thing. And I don't really care about the aesthetics of this part too much. And now we have a lot of work to do. To start with, it's hard to see, but this is an entire row of marble arch. I'm pretty sure. And this line, this uninterrupted line of arch, with funny gaps underneath it actually, is how big exactly? Well, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, because it doesn't extend that far. So I need to basically use this arch to draw a 15 by 15 square that this is the middle of. Five, 7, 9, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then right after having done that, well, if I try to draw all of this before filling in some of the sooty, I will make mistakes. So let's just do the 15 by 15 block here. Then I'll worry about the border afterwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 13, 14, 15. I always do this to ensure that I got it right. The diagonal line of torches. 15 Okay, you? Let me summon my own zombie. I'll summon a couple zombies. You guys go deal with him. I don't want to deal with it right now. Who won? My guys. Anyway, the idea is to make sure that this giant sooty marble square is the correct size, we just put a line of 15 torches diagonally across it. Nine. 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15. That will ensure, see, I'm lined up with that arm and with that arm. This ensures that our sooty marble square is the correct size. Because the worst mistake to make when building this thing, and I make it every time, is for one dimension or the other to be one block too wide or too narrow. Usually too narrow. And the giant diagonal strip of torches ensures not only that I do not mess up the dimensions, but the second diagonal line of torches also ensures that I don't lose track of where the middle is. Because the middle is where this thing goes. Must have chosen a good place. Only one zombie bothered me all night. That is the advantage of having only one elevated way up. There we go. Giant 15 by 15 square. And then we have a marble arch that completely borders the square except for the corners. And instead of bordering the corners, we have a little curly Q that goes around the corner. So it does one of these. And while the multi-block diagram says that this space is empty, you can actually fill it with, frankly, anything. It just doesn't care what goes there. Usually when I build this on the ground, that space is dirt. But since it's kind of floating stupidly above the water here, it doesn't really matter if it is or isn't anything. And do the silly curly Q thing, and last arch. This tree also has got to go. You know what? For maximum stupidity, those empty block spaces can be planks. Because I need something there to place my pillar blocks on. And those pillar blocks go from runed to chiseled. And then, how tall are they? It looks like they're 3 blocks tall. So this is 6 tall. 1, 2, 3. So 4, 5, 6 has to be the pillar blocks. You can't, phantom visualize this. I don't know if that existed yet. So you have to do math. Oh, I'm also forgetting to put torches up there. Those definitely need light sources on top of them. And now that the multi-block is complete, the sooty marble kind of sparkles. I can take all my torches back. Now the next great trick here is best done with some foreknowledge of how the bond works. I don't think it really tells you in the book per se, but what you're kind of expected to do at this stage is attune yourself to one of, the only real questions: what types of objects can be attuned? What about rock crystals? Crystal tools? Can a body withstand the starlight if it steps into the light? So what we are expected to do here is to self-attune. This gives us access to a perk map, a third tab that does not yet exist. And the only way to view the perk map is to just attune to any old constellation. And then it costs the shifting star to de-attune yourself. So, this is, in my opinion, bad design. You have to make a decision about which constellation you want to attune yourself to with only very vague descriptions of what each attunement could possibly mean. And then it gives you the option to reset by making a kind of expensive item only after you've made the mistake. I don't like it. I would much rather know what I'm getting into before making the leap. And fortunately, due to having played previously, I kind of do. So the purpose of attunement is that it anchors you to one of these constellations to start with, and the closest abilities you can gain are based on these constellation types. But more than that, The way that you gain experience and progress in the perk map depends on which constellation you start with. Armara grants you XP for taking hits, Evorcio for breaking blocks, Dissidia for dealing damage, Vicio for moving, and Avitas for placing blocks. And the nearest perks to your starting point are related to these concepts. The easiest one to farm, hands down, is Vicio, because it gives you XP passively just for walking around, which you will do at all times, forever. Whereas the most useful perks can be found in Avitas, Dissidia, and Armara for direct combat potential. Avitas more for farming. Evorcio, I guess, if you really, really like mining huge amounts, just breaking absolute tons of blocks. There's also something else you can do. The perk map meets in the middle, so if you can farm enough XP from your starting chosen constellation, you can then travel to a different constellation within the perk map and then unlock a second way to gain XP, or even all of them. What I'm going to do here is start with Vicio, which is again the easiest one to simply farm. That's going to take these spectral relays, and I'm going to want a spare chest to keep some relays in. Because the way this works is you take the constellation papers, pack this stuff away so there's less distraction. The constellation papers show you what each constellation looks like. We want Vicio. The rest can go back in the book for now. And in order to perform an attunement, we have to create this constellation on the canvas of this backdrop. It's easier than it sounds, because what you do is you put this in your offhand and the spectral relay in your main hand, and you will see these little purple wisps that get brighter as the sun goes down. These purple clouds will show you exactly which block to place the relays on. And it takes a bit of parallaxing to see which block it's talking about. And then when you get them all placed, including right next to this one here, the smoke goes away. We have now drawn Vicio. The problem is apparently that Vicio is either no longer in the sky or it's not yet the correct time of day. And I'm not sure which it is. But I'm going to put the rest of those in that chest so we have access to them. Oh! It wasn't late enough at night. So Vicio is in the sky, and we are able to step into the light and attune ourselves to Vicio. I am now locked into this. If a mob shows up, or hell forbid, a dragon, I am completely helpless right now. So, nice cinematic, but no thank you for paralyzing the player outdoors at night. There's a zombie right there. Probably going to try and take advantage of my predicament. Except he doesn't know we're here, so it's fine. And there we go. We place some torches so things are less likely to spawn on the platform. And you'll see in the top left corner, I just leveled up to 2. And that bar will continue to rise pretty much all by itself. Because I'm attuned to VCO, and I just gain XP for walking. I don't think XP per level is linear, so it might get harder and harder to level as we gain levels. But that's a question I'll have to ask a little later. Attuning to VCO gives us the perk map. We have extra block reach and gain XP by traveling the world. Read as walking. With the perk points that we are earning, I have one path that can be taken. Increased move speed. Increased move speed. Increased move speed and dodge chance. And every time I take an increased move speed, my vision gets a little more walleye because I am gaining, permanent move speed. And that's just what speed does. I hate it. I hate the FOV change of speed. But there's nothing I can do about it. Now we have our first real choice. Increase perk effectiveness, which would increase the power of our move speed upgrades as we collect them, along with everything else. Move speed, and perk effectiveness. This is the greater perk map here. It is a bit big. It is really big. There are a lot of levels to be had here. So my options are to go deeper into VCO, pick up attack speed, move speed, attack speed, swimming speed, additional fins. Increases and decreases to move speed also apply to swim speed at 50% of their value. So the way this works is there are essentially 3 or 4 types of perks. Your basic star is just a simple numeric upgrade to something. A bright star with a circle around it represents a bigger upgrade, or a different type of upgrade. 4% increased effectiveness, 15% increased effectiveness. You can see the difference. Then there are these huge ones, which we can't even understand right now. The other root constellations, which I can totally get to, and then also gain experience from taking damage from Armara. I can also gain experience by placing blocks from Avitas, gain experience from breaking blocks from Evorcio, and gain experience by dealing damage from Dissidia. So for maximum passive XP, I think I want to proceed around this inner ring and get to Armara, and eventually get to Dissidia. There's also a lot of value in selecting the center. In fact, the center is even better than going around to Armara. Because if we get Singularity, we can then select the other routes without requiring a connection. So the center point is considered connected to all 5 routes. And it gives you 3 perk points to immediately unlock 3 routes with. Which means, if I'm headed for the center, I can go left or right, and it doesn't matter which. Since both directions appear to be effectiveness, perk experience, effectiveness, this is just intensification no matter how you look at it. So the question is, do I want to be... I mean, this is also Vicio attuned over here, and not so much Armara. And over here we have these increased reach, block step up, the step up perk. We can just step up single blocks like a horse. Plants around you grow faster. Now we're getting into Avitas. Greed, reach, and mining speed. Okay, so step up is definitely an incentive to go left as opposed to going right. If we go right, we get increased attack speed. Places light sources close to you in caves. It just kind of does that. I actually don't like that. I mean, on paper it's amazing, but at the same time, if I want to create a dark area to make a mob spawner, I'm not going to be able to turn that off. Diamond skin. 30% less damage when wearing less than 2 armor pieces. That is weird. And I'm just ignoring the fact that it says format error. That is also weird. Gem socket. Phoenix blessing. This is like... I think there's a chance that you revive on the spot if you die. Bigger stomach, less need for food. Swimming. Items dropped when mining or killing are directly transferred into your inventory. I'm going left. Left has so much good stuff. Bloom, max health. Melding, max health and elemental resistance. Yeah, I want to be within reach of the stuff over here on the left during our journey to the center. And now that we've unlocked the perk web, and the fact that the only way to access the perk web is through the book, I need to have the book on me at all times. At all times. With all that now being dealt with, I can make celestial gateways. These require illumination powder, more rock crystals, and their own little structures. So I am now allowed to just build my own teleporters wherever I want. There are also these gems, which relate to the gem socket perks. You soak rock crystals with glowstone powder. It creates the gems. It doesn't say so here, but the gems are created differently depending on the time of day that you do this. And they go into gem sockets and grant you perks. Then there's the ritual stuff. Ritual stuff is great, but doing it with basic attuned rock crystals is not great. There's another level of rock crystal that makes rituals even more powerful. I want to get there. Also, the fact that we're attuned means that these wands now have more power to play with. So I could now make the formation and conversion wands if I felt like it. Kind of want to make the impulsion wand though, because it's kind of fun. And purple. What's not to like about purple? So 3 runed, 2 pearls, a stardust, and a purple dye. Purple dye. Well, I'm glad I have all these road book. Wait. This is where I've been putting all these things. This is probably not where they should be. And blue orchids are blue? No, they are light blue. Because anything blue dye would technically be lapis. We are still that far back in Minecraft's development. Dyes and items the dyes come from have not yet been decoupled. Alright, that's the ingredients for our impulsion wand. It is daytime, so we have more time to consider other crafts. And of the options available here, and there's the resonator upgrade, which we don't need yet. It'd be cheap though. A ritual pedestal, I mean, if I wanted to spend a rock crystal maybe. The big thing here though is going to be upgrading the altar. So this has, of course, multiple parts to it. 4 chiseled, 2 pillar, a Starmetal, 2 stardust. Starmetal, 2 stardust, 2 aquamarine, and a rock crystal. Rock crystals, I mean, we're gonna need more of them. Some more. These two are almost identical. But of course, it's not just the altar upgrade. If we only upgrade the altar, then our altar will stop working. Because it also needs the structure to be upgraded. And it needs the structure to be upgraded specifically after the actual altar is upgraded. So all of these numbers here are way, way off because they don't account for what we may already have. And this is something I'm not liking right now because I'm pretty sure it used to be the case that that it would give you 2 lists, one for if you're upgrading and a second one for if you're building it from scratch. But it's going to need more sooty, rune, pillar, regular marble for some reason, chisel, just a whole lot of everything. I know the current structure doesn't involve any regular marble, so I'll just bring a bunch of that with me. We're going to need sooty. We're going to need more sooty than that. It'll also be nice to have a huge stock of sooty on hand because that goes into our teleporters as well. So we've got marble, we've got sooty, 4 runed, 8 pillar, 4 chiseled. And then it was just a positively stupid amount of bricks. I'm going to get these bricks, but I'm also going to carry another stack of regular marble, because I can make bricks by hand. And it's getting close to dark. So let's just head on up and get these things prepared. I think I have all the blocks on hand that I need to upgrade this. I might need more cobblestone, actually, to expand the foundation. And it may finally be time to fix where our diving platform is. Okay, I don't remember what that looked like at all. That was kind of close. So these go here, that there. And it's aquamarine chiseled pillar. And these chiseled must go in the lower corners. You can see the starlight meter creeping up as the sun goes down. And just so I'm not waiting around here to burn a little bit more time, let me go grab some cobblestone and collect a bunch of those constellation papers that said that there was nothing on them. The reason we kept all these supposedly blank papers around is that now that I'm attuned, now I can understand more constellations. There are more distant constellations that I could not previously comprehend. And they're now on the constellation tab in a different color, with of course no information until I use the telescope and find them. And this so far has been a pretty nice change of pace, actually. It's been great to just screw around with a mod other than Mind Fantasy. Don't get me wrong, I'm loving Mind Fantasy. But there are other mods in here. Now transmuting our crafting table into a higher form, with, of course, even more over-the-top particles. Shafts of light, and dots, and rings blasting out. It's a good show. It also takes a while, so I'm glad we did this first early on in the night. And I do have to stick around here, because when this finishes, if I am sufficiently nearby, it'll open up a new section of the book. The Constellation section. Which talks about the Starlight Infuser, the Tree Beacon, crystal clusters for turning our rock crystals into celestial crystals, making collector crystals of our own, improved versions, improving the sextant somehow, I'm not familiar with that one, the stellar refraction table, which is very difficult to use and I'm led to believe it's extremely powerful, but I can't really speak on that. The prism, which is just like a lens, but it can refract in multiple directions at once. And the illumination wand, which could, at long last, give us independence from torches. Unfortunately, it requires a reso gem, which we do not yet have the infrastructure to make. Reso gems are made in the Starlight Infuser, which crams tons of liquid starlight into items, and sometimes consumes that liquid starlight. There's also yet another altar upgrade, but all of this stuff is currently locked behind finishing this altar upgrade, because right now, our altar's dead. It needs to be refurbished with a sooty marble square that is 1, 3, 5, 7 by 7, it looks like. So I pretty much have to tear down everything here and break this with an axe. Hello, axe. There we go. Yep. Get our carefully prepared blocks ready. And break down the whole thing. This is the reason I gave it a cobblestone foundation. Because I knew I was going to have to rip the whole thing down. And this would have been so much more inconvenient if every block I broke fell all the way to the ground. And then had to be brought all the way back up. And then it had to be painstakingly built one block at a time while holding shift. It just would not have been cool. Alright. 1, 3, 5, 7. It's a start. Achievement granted for reaching level 10 in Starry perk mode. I think, however, it is now time, or well past time, to finish this corner of the foundation. And I gotta move my drop tank, because its position no longer works with this new larger altar. Now we have 3 basic marble in the corners, and then big brick borders. And they also border the marble while leaving those corners free. Don't know why, but those corners are left free. We're out of brick. Make more brick, but in small batches, so I don't make too much brick. And that's the base layer. Now it is 5 tall. 4, 3, 2. Which means the pillars are too high. Rune, pillar, pillar, chisel. And I'm adding a torch up here, just for good measure. Because the lighting up here is not the greatest. And yeah, I'm taking the fall damage every time. And now it's correctly lit. It's just daytime. We have fun with telescope again. I'll just put that pretty much where it was. And our impulsion wand is purple top, stardust right, and then pearls like that. And it has to be nighttime to actually perform the craft. Now, we're getting down this way still. Thank everything for air control. I would never have been able to pull that off if it weren't for the very slow walking speed that you're granted while in empty space. Pillar, chisel, bricks, base marble, sooty, cobble. I still haven't gone to see that desert shrine. What I'm gonna do right now, though, is what I threatened to do a little while ago. We're gonna go see that wizard. And if I'm going to see the wizard, I should probably bring more magic crystals. Like almost all of them. Including breaking down flowers for them. I have, novice to apprentice, apprentice to advanced, advanced to master, so I have all the upgrade tomes. But I might also want to bring some gold currency and some emerald currency, just in case he has anything interesting. Diamonds too, I think. I don't remember if he has any diamond trades. But we're off to see some wizards. I'm going to turn off these rock crystal points because they're just in the way. We have a lot of other points that I can turn off for now. Treasure Shrine I actually might want to go to soon. Right now, though, it is time for Wizard, and then Wizard. And it really is a surprise that those two are the only wizards that I've found on the map so far. What the? That is another, like, Minotaur Labyrinth that I haven't even seen, I don't think. Unless... Oh, I deleted the... Oh no, I did delete Bookshelves. Bookshelves is way over there. So yeah, there's a whole other Minotaur Labyrinth that we haven't messed with, and that is a wizard of some description. So let's figure out if this guy is a wizard as we go on this little wizard tour. Because I want to see if these guys have anything valuable for sale. And I can't get there from here, because we've fallen in a hole. A hole of my own making. Huh. Looks like lightning took out the top of this tree. So we're off to see some wizards, which will give us wonderful Visio skill points just because we're walking. In fact, can I grab some speed skill points here? Increased XP gain, definitely take that. We have 7 points. So that's effectiveness, effectiveness. You can see the very, very subtle fish-eyeing effectiveness. And now I have to go for singularity. Amulet enchantments. I don't have any of those. Effectiveness, singularity. Now all these are open. Let me have Dissidia and Armara. And you know what? Divorcio too. Maybe Avitas as well, but I don't do a whole ton of building. I mean, if I don't take it, I'm just leaving XP on the table. Just like that, I have acquired all 5 roots. I can also grab increased life recovery. Brilliant. Weaponized hiking for a better you. Now all I gotta do is continue playing Minecraft, doing everything one does as a Minecraft. And our levels in the upper left there will just keep going up. And this will lead to even more perk points. Theoretically, in due time, the entire web. Though that's a bit much to ask for. Alright then. Mr. Wizard. I forgot to bring the crafting bench. But you do have some undiscovered spells for sale. I think given the options, I will like Thunderbolt first. Thank you. And while you decide whether or not you want to unlock any additional trades, I need 1 block of wood. Actually, I probably need 3 of them. Because we're going to be doing this trick with every one of these wizards. Alright then. Friend wizard, have a crafting table. Buy my magic missile. Thunderbolt, divination, nothing new. He's got regeneration. Maybe that means we have another spell unlock. We do. Spectral Pathway, an advanced spell. I can't cast that yet. I can't cast divination either. Let me put Thunderbolt in my pocket. Make a few copies of Magic Missile. I'm shocked that they stacked. And we'll sell them to him, one at a time, to see if he unlocks more crafts. Or more trades. Like Tome of Arcana Apprentice. Tome of Arcana Master, if I had an Astral Diamond. Wand of the Forest. That's no good to me. I'd really like him to sell a higher tier wand. Conjure Block, we have that one. I shift-clicked it, and it allowed me to do so. Freeze, not yet discovered. It's only a novice spell. I will take it. He's selling Magic Missile for all the crystals required to craft it. That's just a disgrace. That didn't unlock a new one, and he won't buy any more spellbooks. Trade something else to unlock. Buddy, you have... well, I could take Divination. It's a new discovered spell. That unlocks selling him spellbooks. And it looks like Magic Missile is the last thing he will sell. So I guess I'm buying Spectral Pathway. And you have nothing else to offer me. Unless I really, really wanted a Wand of the Forest. And I really, really don't. But that's okay. We've completely bought him out. Which means this wizard is basically no longer useful. So we'll just black out his marker. I also want to come over here and actually uncover this village. Like, it's a village. It's right over there. We've been so close to it this whole time. And, never actually came over and said hi. Maybe they have more rock crystals in their vicinity. Really surprising that that's a no. Can't believe how many swings it took me to land a hit on that stupid skeleton. And you have a bow. Smash. You also have a bow. Bow skeletons are somewhat more threatening than melee skeletons. Oh, this is weird. They have a little altar here in the middle of town. As villages go, though, this place does not look like much. It's always the northeast pillar that has loot under it. And there's nothing on these constellation papers. That does not mean that I'm fresh out of constellation to discover. I know there are at least 2 more, but I don't remember what it takes to unlock them. A lot of nitwits in this village. You buy rotten flesh and gold. Buying gold is an insult. Get away from there. Ooh, a librarian. He could be useful. Buying paper. I have tons of that. Sells feather falling 4. Not really interested. But the paper thing could be huge. Oh, they have carrots. I don't have any carrots. Oh, they do have a rock crystal. They also have potatoes. I don't have potatoes either at home. So now I've discovered the village. Looted its little shrine. Getting shot in the face. Having a fight in the middle of the evening was not on my to-do list. We have an RC point right here. And a second one down here. I'm marking these as disabled because I'll get to them later. And there's a third and a fourth one over here. This is getting dense. I like it. If I could just get through the locals. Make them understand that I am not to be messed with. Leave me alone, so I can mark that last one. Here it is. I'm just marking it right here. A little bit lazily, because the spider won't leave me be. Alright, this has been a pretty eventful trip so far. Got some more aquamarines. Where's that town? Here's the town. Some clay dirt here too. Ow. Darn baby zombies. Who taught them to be immune to fire? What the? You're pretty well armored up. Which means you're worth a loot bag. And since we've looted this shrine, remove the water. What? What? Hang on. Hang on. I thought I saw something like that, like at a glance, but I wasn't sure. There's more of them. What are these clearly worked stone openings? Well, this is a golem cell, and the golem is not in residence. I could take all the fancy brickwork, but I'm not interested right now. I'm a little more focused on whatever the heck this is. And based on its straight descent down, I'm thinking we're dealing with another ancient crucible thing. Which means tons more silverfish. Pardon me, I'm just going to break all your spawners, because you guys suck. It's another ancient crucible, just kinda hanging out here. Significantly closer than the last one. Gold horse armor that I can salvage. Redstone, just a spell. Just kind of sitting there. Forget that dirt. Don't need that. More loot. Another jewel. Constellation papers. I don't think I'll need this many of them ever. Let's see, bones, bread, that, the jewel, the armor, iron. All of this, a spark bomb. A bunch of scrolls that were all the same thing. I hope they were all the same thing before I quick stacked them, because they were different things before I quick stacked them, and they became the same thing in the quick stacking. That's a bit of a problem. Thunderbolt. Didn't I just buy that one? And scrolls of identification. Yeah, I just bought Thunderbolt. So we now have multiple ancient crucibles, to the point where I should probably make them all the same color. And let's go confirm that this other doorway into the mountains is another one of the same thing. I'm going to turn off the light overlay for now and try and throw this spell. Huh. Just kind of makes a pickaxe. It's a pretty good pickaxe, actually. How do you like that for an emergency spell? Apparently I can't get rid of it, though, until it expires naturally. I just tried throwing it in at least 2 different ways, and it just said no. But hey, a pickaxe that's on a timer instead of having actual durability is pretty cool. turn the light overlay back on, and descend into what is probably more silverfish. Yep. Fortunately, they are slow. And I am attuned to VCO and very fast. Did that guy just drop another spell? It must have been Magic Missile, because it wouldn't have stacked otherwise. More rot flesh, gold, diamonds. Oh, I can't stack diamonds when I have a full stack of diamonds. Purifying elixir to remove curses. That's an Electroblob thing. I am now a little bit concerned. I didn't know Electroblob had curses. Let alone lingering curses that you needed an elixir to cure. Bones, loot, string, iron to salvage, unknown spell, gunpowder, jewel, or saddles. Do I want a large collection of saddles? I don't even like horses in this game. I mean, they have their uses if you have a lot of large empty space. They are pretty much the motorcycle of the desert. But other than that, and then these are definitely going to be salvage as well. Because thanks to Mind Fantasy, finding an iron pickaxe is very lackluster. This is now our third Ancient Crucible. And having two of them basically right next to each other gives us some experimentation potential. But now that we've discovered those, now we move on to the second wizard. That was supposed to be part of this wizard-based expedition that I got totally sidetracked on. Well, almost nightfall too, so let's not pull up the wand and look for more rock crystals. I can't really deal with another distraction right now. We already have two more wizards to visit and my inventories are basically full. I don't think we're going to make it to the third wizard. Well, it really depends. Oh, hang on. This is worth stopping for. That too, that's a borax deposit over there. I drink your lava. And send it all home to my fancy tank. That's niter. I thought it was borax. Neither's much less valuable. Once I stop in at this wizard's place, we can consult the skill book again and see what else we can do for fancy perks. The whole step up a block thing will be pretty welcome about now. It's not normally a perk I value, but it's going to become... The constant jumping is going to become a huge problem as we get faster and faster. Hello. Do you have a pearl for me? You do. Much appreciated, my fine fellow. I don't know what that bright light up there is, but I don't think it's the wizard tower we're heading after. Though it could be. Oh boy. Suddenly we are beset on all sides by many foes, some of which are too fast and won't leave us alone. One of which was a skeleton, which that wolf is now going to go eat. Oh, for love of everything, leave me alone. I know I'm out and alone at night, but geez, you don't have to get this crazy about it. Okay, that light source was just your regular run-of-the-mill lava pit. Not a big deal. I came here to talk to this guy. Or kill him, depending. He makes ordinary villager noises, so he's a good wizard. That is very important. He sells Wand of Frost, Wand of the Ice Mage. That's a much more powerful ice wand. I don't know what tier it is, though. Let's continue peddling our magic missile books and see what we can unlock. Also, I'm going to confirm this guy is indeed a wizard. Have a crafting table. We're now up to he'll sell scrolls of identification. That's huge. Ice statue. Yeah, I'll bite. Also, this unknown novice spell I can try installing in my wand. Replace conjure block. Tome of Arcana upgrade. No, just keep buying my magic missiles. Show me what else you got. Ice statue, Ice Age. I don't have an astral diamond. Blizzard. That's a lot of emeralds, but I've got them. You take one more magic missile book. He's selling magic missile for one less magic crystal and a bunch of gold ingots. That's awful. That's the worst deal in the history of deals. Water breathing. Don't mind if I do. And sorcerer boots. Can't I just make those? Technically. It also would be a bad idea because wizard robes don't have mind fantasy stats, and that's the end of his inventory. Alright then. This wizard has kind of outlived his purpose, but he is not yet completely bought out. He does have that master spell, Ice Age, that I cannot yet afford. I still have some inventory space, so we set course for the final wizard. I also forgot to open my perk book. Reach, hiking boots. That'll do for now. There we go. Now I don't have to jump up every single level. That'll save on food. What's that spell we found? Smoke bomb. Smoke bomb is kind of a strange spell. It is supposed to be able to tell... Basically, it's supposed to shut off the AI of mobs temporarily. Like if a skeleton or a zombie is attacking you, you can throw the smoke bomb and the skeleton or zombie will temporarily forget to be aggressive. That's the idea, anyway. In practice, it doesn't always work, because modded enemies especially tend to ignore it. I suspect wizards, it would work fine on wizards, since, you know, same mod. But since skeletons and zombies are modified by mind fantasy and have different AI, I wonder if Smoke Bomb can shut them off. I wonder if it can make minotaurs temporarily forget I exist. And would that be more effective than, come on, brain. Brain. than blocking the new with conjure blocks. Okay, I've already cut in here. We've been here. I don't remember coming here, but I must have been here because we ripped down all the pillars. Maybe this is closer to where I originally spawned in this world. That's some copper over there. If it was Kaolinite, I'd be all over that. Alright. Third and final wizard of our wizarding trip. Have a crafting table. You've got Evade, a novice spell I can actually use. Summon Zombie, a Scroll of ID for slightly cheaper than the other guy. We still need to sell him magic missiles to advance his trades. I wouldn't mind buying some Scrolls of ID. That would help. Ooh. I need that. I could use a couple of those. The condenser upgrade allows wands, like it says, it slowly regenerates mana over time. It is the infinite mana hack. He also seems to have the Mine spell, so we get to find out if that means Mine Explosive or Mine Dig. Melee upgrade. I don't really care. I mean, I wouldn't be forging fantastic weapons if I wanted to basically put spikes on my magic wand. Let's make some more magic missile books to sell. And he can slowly give me my crystals back. That did not trigger a trade update. He's not triggering trade updates. There's one. Another Tome of Arcana. That doesn't help. I have all the Tomes of Arcana. What I really want is for one of these guys to sell a Master Wand, so I don't have to go to all the trouble of upgrading my wands. Arc. Arc being a novice lightning spell. You can tell it's lightning because of the color of the text. You know, lightning is cyan, earth is green, yellow I think is healing, or light. Light element. So we have basically bought out this wizard, but I will take another one of these. Just all of those he's willing to give me. This wizard sells condensers, and I really need to flag that. Because that's an important... He's going to be an important wizard to keep track of. And now with our pockets completely loaded of wizard trade and upgrade kits, and where'd that bronze sword come from? Must have been loot from a skeleton somewhere. Now we've got to take ourselves home. I'm also going to place some markers on these unusual structures here, because I think that these are more Minotaur labyrinths. I also think this is one of the wizards that we just... Yeah, he was part of the wizard trek we just did. I don't know what that is. That looks like it could be another library ruin, which would mean books and an imbuement altar thing. This is an interesting square too, but I think that one specifically is bookshelves. Yeah, that's the bookshelves labyrinth. So yeah, that makes it time to head home. We've made some discoveries, placed some markers for later. I've got skill points to burn as well. More perk experience gain would be great, which I can get by going closer to Armara. I also get more life recovery into spreading growth. Stone near you might turn into more valuable stone. Just casually generating ores near myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can get close to it, but we can't actually collect it. And there are these unknown perks I can't even comprehend. Regen may scrub debuffs. That'd be great. Increased attack speed would be great. Diamond skin I don't really care about. Casually more armor from the Armara track. Resistances, armor, Phoenix Blessing, armor, armor toughness. Damage reflection. Don't like that. Convert all increases and decreases of armor to life. You have no armor. That would be awful. And there is no way to redeem that kind of perk. I think the zombies are spawning inside that temple because I left the temple dark. And then they're just sprinting out to meet me because I'm within zombie aggro range. Bit of an issue, that. Also a bit of an issue, no way down. Problem solved. No fall damage taken. That's kind of a mystery. I expected to lose at least a little health there. So I am rather unsatisfied with how our Electro Blob spell acquisition has been going. Still don't have a single fire spell to our name. Actually, no, that's not true. We have Smoke Bomb. So I don't have a single offensive fire spell to my name. In this novice Wand of Embers. Our spell selection is still rather limited. Our wand is still terrible. I did all that buying, learned some more spells. Huh, Smoke Bomb works. Oh, this guy we're killing though. Smoke Bomb works for a very short time. We killed the armored guy because we knew that he would drop a loot bag. Poof. Poof, I don't exist. Okay, Smoke Bomb, actually a pretty good spell. It is successfully making monsters forget that I exist and allowing me to very peacefully make my way home. Zombie. Nope. Skeleton. Nope. You saw nothing? I am not real. Multiple skeletons. Nope. Nope. This might be the most powerful spell I've found so far. Just for its sheer utility. All I want to do is quietly go home and not bother anybody. And the spell allows me to do just that. By just going, poof. I don't exist. I was never real. Bye. Transmute self to hallucination. Rogue sheep. I'm sure you escaped from my sheep pen. I don't know how they keep doing that. As far as I know, it's a very secure sheep pen. You know what perk I do want to get to? The one with that makes swimming faster. Bye. You got smoked. And we're back. Alright, what have we gained here? Honestly, way too much. And Magic Missile is, is still for sale. I got magic crystals, flowers, ruined spellbook, which I need to combine with dust in an imbuement altar, and that can turn it into a random spellbook, I suppose. We've got upgrades. I have, frankly, a lot of stuff that needs to be put away. I'm now kind of having emerald. We have an emerald shortage all of a sudden. Can't imagine why or how that happened. Lava tank looking good. Scrolls of Conjure Pickaxe, don't really care. Got a bomb, and what else we have to put away? More spells. This is one Thunderbolts spellbook for sale. The rest of this stuff goes into the bookshelves. We've got constellation papers and basically a whole bunch of stuff to deal with. I really do think that I only need 2 more constellation papers, tops. But I can't be certain of that. More electro-love stuff. Some of that. Iron. I'm hanging on to this gold because this gold goes back here. Flesh, powder, bones, arrows, string, glowstone, spider eye. Those. These are electroblob things. That's a food thing. The books I can put in here. All these horse armors we can break down along with the pickaxes. Saddles, I don't know what to do with. I guess I'll keep 4 saddles tops because that's how high they'll stack. Let me have my saw for breakdowns. Everybody must get salvaged. I think salvaging doesn't actually cost tool durability, which is very nice, if that's something I've spotted correctly. I already have one of these jewels, but this is a new one. So I now have 3 different weird amulets. I'm not really sure what's going on with any of them. And the glowstone was misfiled. Leather. I also have loot to open, but I will deal with that after I have dealt with my farm a bit. We'll just come over here and what chop? That's the whole thing in one shot. Remarkable. You know what else we can do? Grab a bunch of dirt. And this thing. And expand the farm. It's about time. I've been threatening doing this since I first built the base here. One, two, three, one more rank out. And I finally feel comfortable doing this because we put the glass ceiling in. So I don't have to worry about monsters dropping on my precious farm and stomping everything out after going to all the effort of making it twice as big. Now, don't make me chase a giant coal vein right now. This is not what I had on my to-do list. Alright. The world gen gods have listened. It's not a giant coal vein. Two, three, four. The remaining work is too fine to use the big pick. In other words, the amount of work yet to be done cutting this open does not have big pick energy. Two, three, four. Let's also hear it for Evorcio and Avatos attunement thanks to Singularity. I'm gaining XP for breaking and placing blocks as well. So everything I do makes number go up. I think I tilled a block I wasn't supposed to. Oh right. Having no potatoes and no carrots ever means I've never been given the opportunity to even question whether I can research them. Potatoes, not yet. Carrots, also not yet. So potatoes and carrots go in the box. Don't need these tools right now. I just need to get a planting. I also really should have checked the light levels over here before tilling all this ground. Because now I don't know what I need for torches, and I hope this is adequate. I'm just kind of sealing the melons back there so they grow onto this cobble. I don't know if they can. I think I've tried. Yeah, let me go ahead and replace all this with dirt. Because I know I've attempted to do this before. And the melons just would not grow onto the cobblestone. We got potato. We got carrot. And we have all the basic seeds one could possibly ask for. And a chicken up there somewhere. Okay, chicken, you do your thing, I guess. How is the wand? It's halfway to being upgradable to apprentice. Could be worse. Yeah, sort spells by tier. Starting from lowest, thank you. I want to look at Thunderbolt, Mine, Dart, Arc, Freeze. Smoke Bomb is definitely staying in. And frankly, forget Magic Missile. It's useless. A Bolt of Knockback Thunder for 10 mana. Doesn't seem very useful. Mine. Mine as in dig. It's an instant break spell and requires some kind of potency. I don't know where you get potency. Maybe that's another enhancement that none of the wizards chose to sell me. Fires a dart which damages and weakens. Well, that is a slot 1 pick right there. Spark of Lightning. For 5 mana. How much mana was Dart? Also 5 mana. Good. Good cheap spells. Freeze. Freezes the target for 10 seconds, will also freeze water and create snow. That has utility potential. Smoke Bomb. Launched a Smoke Bomb, blinds creatures for a time. Which, you know, actually works. And with my last novice slot, I'm really looking at Conjure Zombie. I'll just set those in. And you know what else? I didn't buy these condenser upgrades for them to languish here. There is a limited number of upgrades you can apply to a single wand. I don't really know what that limit is. Let's also see if I can get away with this, but I doubt it. Do it. No, it refuses. It has to have progression to be able to do that. So I have to continue to suffer with this weak wand. Why did I not put those two spells back? Oh well. Now, time for the loot bags. Got an emerald back. Some gold bars, ender pearl, and the common bags. Lots of string. Lots of leather and coal. Lots of oak wood. Some refined wood. Some books. Iron, books. And 5 basic repair kits. Really making out like crazy on the repair kits here. Now before I try upgrading my tools and weapons anymore. What? Oh, I got 6 points as well. How are we doing on Mind Fantasy progression? This is just the base page, it's not going to tell me anything. Artisanry. I still need to get to 50 with black steel. That'll also give me Dragon Forge. And Ornates. Do we have the books to get to 50? I got a dozen of them. And honestly, I could just kind of make more. But we keep finding tons of these lesser knowledge talismans. I also might want to read up on some engineering. Weaponry, I could take or leave. Provisioning. I mean, look at this, I'm taking stacks of 16 books out of here. This is, the books we're getting are insane. Alright, starting with artisanry. There we go. We hit 50. Before I start researching, with access to the last bits of artisanry, well, not really the last. There's more here. 75 and 100. I think I'm going to be happy with 50 right now. Construction. I could stand to get to 15. Provisioning. We're at 26. I'm looking at 75, 30. We could do 30, 35. 35, 40. It really looks like just drive provisioning as high as it'll go. That's not quite 40, but it's good work. Engineering. There's a lot of stuff in engineering. And I really need to get to 50 engineering for that composite alloy so we can finally get into Embers. Which was meant to be one of the showcase mods here, but if I, can't get there, then we can't do a thing with it. Also, potential improved crossbows. So let's just again read all the engineering that we can stand. That is not 50. More provisioning. And then weaponry, I don't think weaponry skill does anything. Like, what does... There's not even a weaponry tab. It just gives us access to a couple of perks. Anyway, with our 50 artisanry, and we don't need these knowledge gems after all, time to get back into the research game. I am willing to bet that these gems don't do anything, these jewels don't do anything for us yet. But I'm going to go through the whole inventory again. Jewel, no. Second jewel, also no. Third jewel, still no. Flower, we're getting somewhere. Point to carrot cake, point to chocolate cake, and there's more to learn. Point to carrot cake, point to chocolate cake, and more to learn. Guts. There's nothing more to learn, and we're finally to possible sausages. Sausage making is on the table. Sausage making has been unlocked. We've made some progress toward meat pie. Alright, let's go look at sausage. Sausages keep meat fresh in a casing made from entrails. So I can turn rotten flesh into guts if I don't get enough guts from just killing things normally. Then grind a bread roll into breadcrumbs. And then pack 1 guts with 3 raw mince, some salt, an egg, and breadcrumbs to get 4 raw sausages. Then we roast the sausages. That's a lot of steps, which means that's a lot of potential XP. Juicy berries. No. Apples. 1 point to apple pie, and apples have nothing further to teach us. Then what's the other point of apple pie? Maybe it's the pastry shell. Meat pie. Apple pie. And more to learn. So we have access to meat pie. Meat pies are filling and give a high stamina buff. Cut slices with a knife. It is cooked mince in pastry. And then rebaked. And then crafting table for some reason. Also the apple pie. That's a lot of sugar. Apple pies restore stamina, give a stamina regen buff because it's sweet. That's just something that sugar foods do in this mod. So we have berry pies, and apple pies, and meat pies. Shepherd's pie requires getting to 80, and that's probably what the potato is for. We are over 40 provisioning, so I could research strong bandages if I could figure out what goes into it. And then chocolate and carrot cake, we're missing one ingredient from each of them. And it's not the pastry shell. Bronze. Bronze is a component of black steel. That's news to me. Iron. Decorated stone. Don't really care. Silver. More to learn. Ornate repair kits. First point from gold ingots. Steel gives us a point to black steel. I gotta turn these into bars. I have to de-ingot these things. Ooh, diamonds. Another level to ornate repair kit. Dragonforge style, and still more to learn. So the research is coming, we're just not done yet. Oh, I can research carrots. That will be the last piece of carrot cake. I probably should have seen that coming. Carrot cake, down here with the cakes. Standard cake plus carrots. Longer lasting stamina regen. Involves the cake tin. I still haven't made a cake tin. Might want to do that. What else did I recently discover that I wanted to peek at? Nothing there. I have nothing here. This is super high provisioning and weaponry. Never anything on that tab. Black steel, not quite done yet. Ornate kits, not quite done yet. Construction, not quite done yet. One point of strong bandages, and leather is done. Strong bandages finished. Wool is done. Strong bandages. Thread, leather strip, and wool bandage goes from 4 hearts to 6. Is that worth the expense? I don't really... I wouldn't call that more expensive, but it still doesn't seem like it's worth spending the extra time on it. Ooh. Flint has given us shrapnel bombs. Each bomb can fit a layer of filling. Shrapnel can be added to increase the damage dealt by explosions. So I can just put ground flint into a bomb and make a nastier bomb. We have ammo boxes. Allows up to 8x the normal stack size of arrows, etc., etc. in a crate. Right-click to place, empty hands retrieve. Clicking the appropriate weapon can load the weapon. So I could drop a box of crossbow bolts and then keep feeding my crossbow from the box. That has potential. There's decorated stone, and the reinforced stone is now useless. Or rather, still useless. Ornate repair kit. Research. Finished. What does that involve? Okay, so we go from 100% repair, 20% success, 3% break, to 100% repair, 50% repair on an enchanted item, 25% success, 3% break. There is no downside. It does require a tier 3 needle, though. And I only have a 2, so I'd have to make a steel needle to make those happen. Still, every incentive is there to make that happen. Because repair kits have been awesome. I'm sorry, obsidian bomb casing. And we have finished black steel. Alright, tell me about black steel. It's difficult to produce in work, so maybe not a good iron replacement. It can be made in a crucible of reasonable quality, and then refined in a blast furnace. Chip down obsidian. Combine obsidian with bronze and steel, and then blast furnace it to black steel. Interesting. And there's still more to learn from the obsidian. Lever has given us a level toward bomb press. That sounds interesting. And we have finished bomb press. Having to assemble each bomb individually can be tedious. This device does the work for you. Just place it above a bomb crafting table, pull the lever, and it makes the bomb. So instead of placing bomb components and then hitting it with a spanner until the bomb is ready, you just place something here and ka-chunk, make a bomb. Pretty cool. We're not ready for Mythic. We have nothing further from Slime Balls. Nothing further from Gas Tears. And nothing yet for Potatoes. Alright. Well, I've got some stuff to do. Which is going to involve taking my obsidian hammer and assorted goodies. We've got some black steel to make. Question. It specified crucible of something something quality. Okay, the firebrick crucible is fine. And for obsidian we have a bunch. Okay. So one obsidian becomes 4 shards. 1 shard mixes with 2 bronze and 2 steel. Look at all that steel. That's not a whole lot of bronze. That's a lot of tin and copper. And I think we have more. We have so much more copper. And a bunch of tin. So we need a stack of copper, half a stack of tin. There's even more tin. That's the other type of tin. Silver comes in 2 types. Excuse me, diamond, let me put the silver there. Alright, copper comes in 2 flavors. This is needlessly tedious. Tin comes in 2 flavors. Aluminum, I don't know what to do with. After tin and copper, we can talk about silver, iron, gold, lead, nickel, aluminum. That looks better. I also have some wolframite that I haven't done anything with yet. And more of all this other stuff. Yep, got some stuff. Got some smithing to do. Been a while since we've been a smithing. Let me worry about the wolframite first. 4 coal and 4 strong flux per. That's still ridiculous. And then the flux is over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And to that I say, light it up. While that's processing, tin and copper. Is there anything else I can cook while that's happening? Some more iron wouldn't be too bad. How are we on gold and silver? Tons of silver, tons of gold. Not really hurting on either. As for iron, I think we need the ore specifically to turn into steel. Yes. So I shouldn't waste a whole bunch of iron. But I can process half a stack of iron and feel okay about it. Will 5 charcoal be enough? Almost certainly not. Here's another question. How does the bellows do? They can work through solid walls. Well, that's an interesting little detail. Does that mean that I can put a bellows here? Well, I could if it didn't make my fuel immediately disappear. It does make that faster. Yeah, there's a puff of flame from here every time I hit that. I can send it over temp. Not by a whole lot, but by enough to make that pretty fast. I think I've actually saved on fuel this way. Just had to endure the squeaking. Because that was 4 half stacks. 2 stacks. That would have been 16. No, it would have cost me... It cost me almost 32 charcoal to do that. Actually... a little more than 16. Like 20. So while it wasn't a savings, it wasn't that bad as Mine Fantasy expenses go. Now, how's this coming? That is ready. We have some tungsten bars ready for extraction. Now for my next trick, while this is still decently fueled, we are making a whole mess of bronze. All of the bronze. It's loud, and I can only do this one at a time. And I have to keep ahead of the forge in the process. And I did not keep ahead of the forge. There's still so much molten metal in here. And yet, despite it all, I want to stop for a minute. Because I'm having a slight issue. That issue is that there's too blasted much smoke in my face as I do this. So what would it take to get a smoke pipe on this thing? And where would that pipe go? Probably over here. Yeah, this'll do. And just like that, our smoke goes outside. Not really a super big deal to have done that, but it adds to my comfort level. Now we can just bury that pipe in the wall and not worry about it. This is way too much bronze for what I'm trying to do here. But, like I always say, only two quantities matter. Not enough, and I'll never have to do this again. Uh-oh. I emptied out my water trough. The metal is still hot in there, despite the crucible running out of fuel. And there we go, a stack and a half of bronze. Now, am I gonna have to turn this tungsten into an ingot to be able to research it or something? I hope not. Tungsten ingots aren't even a thing, so perish the thought. I got tungsten ingots. I can't do a thing with them yet. At least as far as I know. Nothing in engineering has called for tungsten. It's only a tier 3 metal. It's on par with steel, so that doesn't help. I could maybe stand to make more steel. I also want to de-ingot these. I'll heat these up and make them bars. I gotta smash some obsidian for... So 2 steel, 2 bronze, and then a number of... I mean, how much is steel really worth at this point? I can make... You go on there. I'll turn you into a bar. You go in there. Now I have 1 steel bar too many. Only 28. And 28. 1 bronze bar too many. 28 divided by 4 is 7. So that is 7 obsidian. And 28. We have our crucible ratios. Fuel it up. We'll light it up. And the melting begins. I think I looked into this days ago, but bronze, iron, steel. Yep, black steel is the next anvil tier. So I'm gonna have to make a black steel anvil, of course a hammer, probably a heavy hammer. And then we can start really cooking on black steel. Now, is that a molten? It's molten. So I still have to take it out with the ingot mold. It's not the fastest thing, is it? What happens if I put the bellows on it? It does seem to go a little faster. Eight to go. Water supply running down. Also, all the smoke is very happily going out here and not being in my face as I try to do this. Two, one, and that's it. That's the last one. I can take my bellows back. Now, black steel then goes with coal or charcoal or coal flux or whatever in the blast furnace. I did not know charcoal was valid. So guess who's going in the blast furnace? Time to get cooking, and that's not working. Oh, it's not working because this needs to be fueled too. I got tons of coal. I should be burning some of this coal. As much as I love to go all charcoal because charcoal is renewable, those saplings are a surprise tool that will help us later. How is this? 41 buckets of liquid starlight. Pretty nice. Could be better. Anyway, now our blast furnace is rocking on that black steel. At least in theory. Whoop. Get fired. We got 4. So it is working. It's all I needed to know. Workable from 2000, so I'm going to have to bellows the forge to make this happen. We've also got access to ebony handles. Lots of leather strips here. Just a lovely amount of leather strips. Get the rivets at the ready, boys. In fact, I need more rivets, I think. Let me heat up some iron for rivets. Because I intend to make a black steel lumber axe and then go absolutely ham on some giant spruce. And that will get me all... It'd be nice if that didn't, suddenly run out of fuel. But that will give me all the charcoal I could possibly ask for. That was weird, actually. The forge ran out of fuel, and the heating iron instantly went cold. That doesn't make sense. Oh, don't stand in front of that. It's still cooking. Still cooking, still smoking, still a bit to go. Alright, away we go. I've left my iron cooking. The iron will be fine though. We'll just grab that. Not nails, but rivets. Come to think of it, these are rather conveniently hot rivets. But I'm not going to take advantage of that. We will heat them again when needed. Now we need to heat some of this black steel. The black steel has got to get into a workable state. I'm holding the bar. It is cooking and a coming, and we have, looks like, 2 more batches to go. One more batch to go. Wait, did that say workable? It couldn't have said workable. No. It needs to be bellowsed. Alright, step 1. Black steel anvil. Tier 4 anvil. Step 2, black steel hammer, which can be done on any hammer anvil. Step 3, throw the bars off so I can switch anvils. And this steel anvil is gonna get torn apart. I will take my steel back. I still have black steel in my tongs. Okay, hammer. Heavy hammer. Heavy hammers 1, 2, 3, leather, timber. I'm gonna need a hot rivet. And while that heats, this is done. That rivet can't go unstable. No. Heavy black steel can't be worked with the obsidian hammer. Alright, we got some big tools now. And 6 bars of black steel yet to do stuff with. And another 12 waiting in the wings. Lumber axe. 2 strips. Axe head. 3 of these. And 3 rivets. And that's a heavy hammer craft. Uh-oh. Why is this? Because that's clogged. Why are you clogged? What's going on with this? Why is my piping broken? Now I have a superior lumber axe above even the steel. Don't really know what else I want to make out of black steel right this second, if anything. I mean, pickaxe would be the obvious choice, but my obsidian pickaxe is working just fine. I'm supposed to be able to right-click these pipes with a stick to unclog them, but this one is not agreeing with that. I've already tried using the extractor on the sides. Doesn't work. And the other one gets immediately clogged. And that one just instantly clogs, even though it has nowhere for the pipe to go yet. Okay, that fixes it. I think we fixed it again. Okay. Our smithing tools are now up to black steel, and anything less is a waste of time. I've got tons of rivets. Ebony, leather, black steel. Put all the smithing gear away. That is all the smithing gear. Because all this stuff we're going to break down. Huh. Where did coal dust come from that? Oh, I broke down one of the steel bars. And it became pig iron and coal dust. Well, now we know the salvage bench means business. Let me just get another touch of fuel in here, heat the pig iron, and get that back into steel. There. What a silly thing to have happen. So we've got black steel. Red and blue steel requires 65 artisanry. We've unlocked dragon forging. Dragon forge weapons are more effective against dragons. Start by making any standard melee weapon with a dragon heart in the output slot. Just before finishing, increase the temperature of 3 forges around the anvil to extremely hot, and then quickly finish the craft. Unlike other designs, Dragon Forge items require this ritual. Interesting. So Ornate is extra power against undead. Dragon Forged is extra power against dragons. Now why does it say, start with any melee weapon, if it also works on armor? Ooh, it works on bows. Considering how very, very much... considering the dragons fly, I think the bow would be the best answer there. You could also apparently Dragon Forge tongs. Yay. I'm sure a set of Dragon Forge tongs does a whole lot. I don't have a lot of Dragon Hearts, do I? I have one available for use. Yew Wood, Tier 2, allegedly good for bows. Scrap wood, damage modifier 0.5. Oak 1.3. Spruce 1. Birch 1.3, Jungle 1.2, Acacia 1, Dark Oak 1.3, Refined 1.3, Yew 2, Ironbark 1.1, Ebony 1.6. We don't have access to Yew, but we do have access to Ebony. One six, 1.6, 1.6. It suggests iron joints, but I can make the joints out of anything. If I dragon forged a bow with black steel, what would that do? Let's see, black steel scale is actually slightly worse than the obsidian I'm wearing on blunt. And if we dragon forge it, it gets a little better. And if we ornate it, it gets worse. Must be the gold inlay. We have black steel plate, which gets a little crazy. That's only 15 black steel bars, though. That is not enough to start thinking about making black steel armor. But if I could make a dragon-forged black steel spear, imagine that for knocking out dragons. I mean, 3 points of reach. Does it say what's good against dragons? Random basic information. Is it considered biological gem? Berries, yew trees, ironbark and ebony. Nope. No dragon knowledge. Dragons. Proud but deadly. Deadly breath. The young are easy, the elders are nasty. Most weapons are ineffective. Dragon forged weapons work. We like their hearts. Young dragons are worthless. It has to be older than that. Red. Fire. They breathe less and bite more. Frost. They freeze. Generally not seen as they're not considered as terrifying. Green. Acid. Decay and poison. Ash. They have 2 fewer legs. They are blind. And use sound and smell to track their target. Didn't know that. They're fast, they have the sky advantage, they have weaknesses. First is the ability to leave and return to the battlefield. Pay attention and avoid losing sight. That's not a weakness, that's their advantage. Properly lined ranged attack and specialized dragon forged items. That's it. That's all we get. Okay, broad-haired arrows do as much damage as quarrels. But you can't dragon forge a crossbow. Or arrows or quarrels, for that matter. I guess that's the target then. I'm gonna need more bellows to make that happen. And more forges. And to move the anvil. Also need find wood, nails, leather. While I'm making bellows, we'll just make 3. Bellows, as I recall, are that, and that, and this, and these. Okay, so that's a forge, and that's a forge, and that's a forge, and there's the anvil. And I think I need a bellows, not like that. Stop putting it there. It needs to go right where I'm standing. But it won't as long as I'm standing there. There. That's a forge. These are bellows. This is also a bellows for unrelated reasons. I can hit all of these. And the spear itself is 4. The black steel is a regular hammer craft, not a heavy. And what have I forgotten? The strips. Okay. Let's get these forges fueled and lit. That one first, but they all 3 need to come up to temperature. You need to get up to 2,000 for workable. Good. Apply the spearhead. Begin work. Don't finish it. Bring everything up as high as it'll go. And it explodes. What do you mean insufficient heat? That couldn't go any higher. Now I have a black steel spear. Insufficient heat. It caps out at 22 and change. That's where all 3 were. What does it want from me? Make a weapon with a dragon heart. Just before finishing, increase the temperature of 3 forges around the handle to be extremely hot, using their combined heat to raise the heat, and then finish. What does it mean, extremely hot? Yeah, that won't go over 2250. No matter what I do. And that bellows just happened to fall into the furnace and got incinerated. So the secret of dragon forging remains closed to me. Not sure what it wants, but I still have a black steel spear. So I keep that in my pocket for when dragons come around. So not a total loss. Next thing I said I was going to do, I am still going to do. Give me some bone meal to go with my sapling. And we'll just burn our lumber axe here. Our steel one. It is unfortunately dark. Banish the dark. Now we just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Pop. Bam. Maximum charcoal. That's a terrible tree. Well, maybe not. It's decently big. Just getting stacks and stacks of spruce. That's a tall one. Doesn't matter, the lumber axe conquers all. And now I'm basically out of bone meal. So that was a very good use of resources. Look at all that. Who's going to tell me I don't have enough charcoal now? Oh yeah, there's more iron in there. How about you just do that? And then you can start eating. That's not going to get hot enough anytime soon. Just keep the fuel coming. We can even burn these saplings for fuel. Surely that will work. Watch them disappear really. Oh, they don't even burn. Oops. I have an inkling of what might have gone wrong. Does coke burn hotter? It's going to take strong flux and redstone to find out. And where is it made? On the anvil. Alright, charcoal coming. Furnace basically out of fuel though. So I have to sacrifice about a half stack's worth. Keep it going. Regular furnace, coke, or prepared coal. Make some more, make some coal coke out of it. Lumber axe, pretty well worn down, not gone yet. I have too many buckets again, but I don't want to break them down for iron. Now we have, it smelts 12 items. One coal smelts 8. Coke smelts 12. I spent 4 coal, 4 redstone, a strong flux, and smelted this to get a 50% fuel efficiency increase. It had better burn hotter and make dragon forging possible. These extra saplings can be burned. About this spear. How about a level of looting? Definitely some sharpness. All of the sharpness. Can I fit more looting? Kind of. I can't fit unbreaking. Not even if I turn down the sharpness, because sharpness is kind of cheap, honestly. I can lose a looting and get one on breaking. Alright, we'll consider this a work in progress. I could also certainly make some pies and things. But as it's getting rather late, I think we'll allocate our star points and then check out for the day. Any other oh yeah, we were going stone enrichment. Yeah, let's make the stone more valuable. Perk effectiveness, mining speed. Mining speed. Stone enrichment. Now we might randomly see the stone of our floor and walls turn into ore. I have 1 perk point left. 15% more max health. Plus 2 max health. I mean, those are both great perks. Max health and elemental resistance. Max health and armor. Gem socket. Perk effectiveness. I could just get plus armor from Armara. That's got potential. Damage from Decidia. Mining speed from Evorcio. Mending. Occasionally your armor just repairs itself a bit. Well, holy shit. I'm going that way. I'm probably going to forget that that's what I'm going for. But wow. Got our last sandwich. We have an empty provisions box now. So next time I make a bunch of food, I and stack it in the oak box. Oh, that definitely wasn't there before. Or that. Yeah, I'm enriching the world around me. Sulfur and aluminum just kind of happened. So that's going to be a pattern. But good news, the perk is in action. With that, I think we are done for now. Excellent progress today. Some Starmetal, some Astral Sorcery stuff, Black Steel. There's a lot to like about what happened today. I wonder what we'll discover tomorrow. Until then.